So we're live, I think. Let's pop up jets. Close this. Does this work now? Yeah, right. This works. So we're live, I think. Yep. Let's pop up jets. That was an audio check coming from my phone. I can put it right here. So hopefully no more echoes. And here we are, a bit of light on the workshop. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. Vasilis, nice of you to join us this morning. And yeah, like the title says, I'm going to do some maintenance and a refret job on the guitar. That's brought here by a customer. Always nice to have customers bringing their guitars for maintenance. Nice Tele, real road worn. And let's try and see if we can refret this guitar during this live stream. So put it aside for a moment. And of course, first we need to cover the bench. And get a neck rest. And let me know guys if the audio is okay, because this time I'm only running a mic so I can preserve the batteries as long as possible. Of course. Hi Owen, audio is all good? Alright, good to know. And first thing I'm going to do for any guitar that's on my bench for the first time is note or write down all the settings on this guitar. And I've done a guitar for this customer previously, so all the specifications of his guitars and his settings are in my black book. Let's get a pen and start writing down all the specifications. High E, low E, fret spacing ruler or a fret height ruler. It's really low, 0.5. Oh, this guitar is currently in an open G tuning, missing the low E string. I have to sort it out as well. 0.25. First fret, 12th fret. It's high. As well. And at the 20th, 13, 14, 15, 16. And this is the custom. So I've made a note about all the settings or how this guitar is set up currently. So I can have a bass setup done before the client comes and picks it up in a couple of days. And then I'll do the final setup when he's with me in the workshop. Yeah, next thing to do is remove the strings. And he wants me to improve the overall playability of this guitar as well. So how are you guys doing today? Do you guys have a day off, or are you at work, school, in your own workshop? Yeah, it's that week of the month, Owen, indeed. Payday. Hopefully your day will be over before you know it. You can get back home, maybe into your workshop, or oh, nice, Vasily. So the last legs before your vacation. Nice. I still have a couple of weeks to go before my vacation at the end of August. Yeah. So my client wants me to touch the body how do you call it? The least possible. I'm going to Luxembourg, Owen. It was a close call this year between Scotland and Luxembourg, but we've been to Scotland a number of times already, and I didn't want to travel that far this year, so we're going to Luxembourg to do a lot of hiking. Where are you guys going? If you have any plans for your holidays, your vacation? Yeah. And this is a nice thing about working on Fender guitars, that you can remove the neck. Oh, nice trip, Owen. Oh yeah, of course you went to Germany. How was your trip? Your overnight stay in Amsterdam and then on to Germany, I believe. Egypt, it's one of those places I would love to visit, but you hear so many mixed stories from people who went to Egypt that I'm not sure. Until previously I was very, well, not afraid of flying, but very hesitant to get on an airplane. And I think to be able to go to Egypt, I have to fly. Let's see. Oh, you were here during the storms, Owen. Yeah. I'll stay in Greece. Okay, so you stay in Greece and then on to Switzerland, Vasilis. Never been to Greece. Also one of those countries you have to visit once, I think, at least once. But not for the touristy places, but for the ancient ruins and such. What? What? The things you find in Fender neck pockets. There's a part of a business card here to help align the neck. Yeah, maybe we'll have to sort it out at a later stage. Oh, there's another part. There's another piece right here. It's stuck on. We'll have to see about this. Oh. So one body. First I'm going to do all the fretwork, refretting this neck, replace all the tuners. These are Grover tuners already, so oh my god. I see a lot of drill holes. I didn't realize all those drill holes were there. But I also have to replace the tuners and these, well, this keeps falling down. There's a ghost in that bag. Where was I? Yeah, I have to replace all the tuners, string tees, and there's a broken off screw right here that I'm going to try to remove. Yeah, and restore this neck. New nut. So I think I might start with getting the nut out. And I don't need this towel anymore. For now, I'm going to use it to cover this body. And get out a vise. The other way around, please. Oh. Oh, maybe I can't raise it. Yeah, here we go. First let's try and remove the nut. Am I still? Am I still live? Yeah, I think I am. I think I am. Or is chat? Oh, yep, all right. Well, chat stopped for a moment, so I was a bit scared. I really have to come up with a better solution, or with a different solution, or hopefully YouTube will update their mobile studio, so I can see and check the health of the live stream from this software I'm using on my iPad. Or otherwise I might need to invest again in another, maybe a Mac Mini or something to go in the workshop. I have a feeling this nut is drenched in CA glue when it was put in. Oh, it's obstructing your view a bit. Oh yeah, there's... Nope. I think there's a big bird on top of the shed. Might be a heron aiming at my koi fish. These are all too sharp, too sharp, too sharp. Here we go. It wasn't too bad. It was just stuck in there with muck and finger grease. It's too white. Too white. Yeah, this is the one. So that's all of the, or at least most of the glue removed. Wrong one, wrong one. So nice and clean nut slot. Yep. Nut. So now let's start removing the old threads. Now I can already see there's a lot of glue underneath. So, oh, don't. So let's take out the soldering iron. Hi, Peter. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I haven't done anything special yet. I only removed the nut, and I was pretty fortunate that the amount of super glue wasn't too much. Or how do you say it? I was afraid they drenched the nut in super glue, but it wasn't too bad actually. Bit scary always to remove a nut on especially a Fender neck. And to be fair, repairing and maintaining, well, maintenance is something different I think as repairing. I'm not a repair specialist, I'm a guitar builder, and repairing guitars is a whole different skill or job or profession, how do you call it? I think. Because guys who repair and set up and maintain guitars on a daily basis, they know all the tricks, they've done it a million times. And usually they're better at this stuff than a guitar builder is. But of course, I can do it and I can do it very well. But my methods might differ from what you see on other channels from more specialized guitar repair guys. Oh, this part is also hot. Yeah, I suspect there's a lot of super glue underneath these frets. So I'm heating them up. Oh, here we go. Not too bad actually. Hi Maxim, hi from Siberia. Wow. Nice of you to join Siberia. I think that's a first for me, at least that I'm seeing Siberia pop up in chat. Do I have something? Yeah, I can remove this plastic bit. Then I can just put it there. Yeah. I have to make myself a holder for these this soldering iron. What? Oh. This doesn't work. Yep. I don't know why, but sometimes I see people using tin on the frets to heat them up. It's so unnecessary. If you have a big enough soldering iron, I have to say these frets are put in very nice. There's no gap whatsoever at the underside of these frets. Thank you. Thank you, Maxim. Maxim, I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm sorry, but thank you very much. Good to hear you like my content. I can, hold on, I'm going to adjust you guys just a bit. Here we go, maybe a bit higher up, maybe. How's this? Better. Now I can read chat a bit better and you guys can see what I'm doing. The intro is over. And last week I made a fully adjustable camera rig. So everything is on one post, center post, with adjustable arms. So my camera is on an adjustable arm. The adjustment isn't that easy, but I can adjust it. My iPad and streaming equipment is on another adjustable arm. So I can see the camera feed. Yeah, thanks. Good angle. Good to hear. Guys, if you want me to adjust something or want to have a better look, I can do it. Like I explained, like I was talking about. I have a somewhat adjustable rig right now. And I'm trying and hoping to expand it so I can do more of these live streams while I'm working on stuff. And it makes making my videos a lot easier than having to deal with a tripod all day long. Currently it has only 2 wires going to the post. It's an extension cord for the power supply, and right now the internet is hooked to the iPad, but I've done streams on Wi-Fi only. So I'm trying to get a rig that's just a single cable running across the ceiling, goes to the rig, and then have it fully mobile in the workshop. And due to a recent update, I should also be able, but I have to set it up, to use my phone as a wireless camera to go into this software. So I have to set up it in such a way that I can use my phone, for example, to show you quick little details. And when removing frets, guys, use a fret removing pliers. They're very highly polished. I think they're simple cutters, but the edge is highly polished and it has very thin jaws. You can wiggle the frets around, get these jaws underneath the fret and just nibble at the frets. Don't pull, but just nibble. Nibble the fret out of its slot. Like so. Don't pull on your frets. It will most likely cause more tear out than when you gently nibble the fret out of the slot. It might take a bit longer, but if you have to do a tear out repair, you will have you've lost all your advantage of rushing the removal of the fret. So take your time when removing frets. That's what I'm trying to say in a very, very long way. So grab the fret, just wiggle it a bit. Until the pliers get underneath it, and then just nibble like so. Oh, it's hot. That fret was hot. And if you can, get a dedicated soldering iron for jobs like this. This is not my soldering iron I use to solder the electronics. This is a 60 watt, just a very cheap 60 watt soldering iron. It's way too, what you call it, heavy, or way too overpowered to do regular guitar electronic soldering, but it's perfect to heat up frets. And your regular soldering iron, about 20, 30, 40 watts maybe, for your electronics, is not powerful enough to heat your frets. And that might be why you see some people trying to add tin to the top of the frets to heat the frets. But most likely their iron isn't powerful enough to transfer enough heat quick enough into the fret. They're really hot. And you guys can't see it, but when I'm heating the fret, I can see the oil from the fretboard. You see tiny droplets forming around the fret, and that's when I know that the fret is hot enough for the glue to have liquefied again, if that's a word. Whoa. Yeah. I think that's the most important thing, Owen. All the signs you have to look for when working on anything. I can tell you, you have to, for example, polish your frets, but if you don't know what you have to look for or what the result is you're aiming for, you don't know when you're doing something right or when you do something wrong. And that's of course also the downside of teaching via the internet or remotely. There's no feedback if you're trying something, trying to do something yourself. There's no feedback from a teacher or from a mentor. So that's how I try to make a difference, to point out those things. Hopefully I'm succeeding, I'm not sure. Haha. We're halfway there, guys, halfway there. Without any major damage done to the fretboard. Yeah, I'm heating up the ends. And of course, guys, this is a rosewood fretboard, but if you're working on a maple fretboard that's been lacquered, make sure you use a scalpel to score the lacquer to make sure your fret isn't held down by any lacquer anymore. And that's why you often see repair shops and such charge extra for maple fretboards, because it's a lot more work. And I have to look into how I can maybe play some background music on stream. Yeah, some Sepultura and Cannibal Corpse. Yeah, some nice and relaxing music. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think, yeah, the downside is, of course, when it's what happened at the beginning of the stream when you hear that faint echo. My mics are so sensitive, they pick up everything, and every sound that comes from the live stream gets looped back because of the small delay between me recording it and the YouTube broadcast. There's about a 10-second delay, I think, 5 to 10 seconds delay. So everything gets looped. So if I want to play music, I have to wear earbuds. So something I need to experiment with at one point. Or maybe have it play here in the workshop, and yeah, then the mic has to pick it up. That's not quality content. What? I never understood why they have this long protruding bit of hot metal. Why not make a handle all the way to the end? If you guys know of a brand that makes soldering irons with a handle or only a very small portion of hot stuff sticking out the end, let me know. How hard can it be these days with all our knowledge of plastics and isolating materials, or insulating materials. I don't know. Yes, sometimes Maxim, but I know what you mean, and I'm very capable of doing so, but not on a live stream. At least I try not to. And I have to burn myself real bad before. Let's say I have a very high cursing threshold. And to be honest, I think there's already too much cursing and swear words going on in the world today. We don't need more. Another good indicator for the heat in your frets is when you when you start to see smoke or vapor. I'm not sure if it's smoke or vapors, but usually a good sign it's hot enough. Come on. Here we go. Last one, guys. So, all frets removed. This is always a bit of a problem. Let's put it right here on the bandsaw table. It should be able to withstand the heat. I think now that I'm at it, I'm going to remove the tuners as well. Let's first take everything apart. Maybe something like so. Oh, it could take hours, Owen. I was a bit lucky, and like I said, there's a difference between an ebony or a rosewood fretboard and a lacquered maple fretboard. For a lacquered maple fretboard, it can take hours. If you want to remove them careful and prevent tear out or lacquer chipping, like I said, you have to individually make sure you cut the lacquer from all the frets. Make sure that there's no lacquer left on the frets, and you have to be very careful when using your fret pullers that you don't damage the lacquer. And that's, like I said, usually why a lot of repair shops and maintenance guys charge extra for a maple neck, as do I. At least not a maple neck, but a lacquered maple fretboard. Let's see. Oh, I forgot something. Don't need this anymore. There's masking tape. Come on, camera, focus. Don't focus on me, focus on the tuner. There's masking tape around the tuner, so hopefully these holes aren't too wide to fit the new tuners. Oh my god, what have they done? This guitar already had 1, 2, 3 different tuners already. And if you want to know how I know, look at the Swiss cheese. And I'm afraid I might need to fill all the holes. Of course. Raise the bench a bit. And try to remove this. That's one. And let's see, there's a tiny broken screw right here. Let's see if we can remove it. Nope. Come on. Did I just waste my only opportunity? Yeah. These are all too big. I have to make sure it's flat with I have to make sure this tiny screw that's sticking out right here is flush with the headstock, or at least has a very flat top surface, so hopefully I can drill a tiny hole and then hopefully I'm able to drill out this screw. Yeah, I think I can give it a try, but first yeah. Nope, 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 nope. Oh man. I made a tiny center mark in the top of the screw. Yeah, I have to get over to my pillar drill and try to drill out this little screw. Let me see if I can show you guys. Get you guys. Oh. Currently I can't get you guys all the way there because of the Ethernet cable still running temporarily. Way too big, way too big, too big, too big. Oh, I have 2.8, that's too big, too big. Maybe. Let me see. This is 3. A bit too thick. 2.7. So if I drill 2.5, it should be good. I'm sorry guys, you have to look at my back for a moment. One day I'm hopefully able to get you guys all the way over here. Nope. Or maybe we could do a quick little experiment, if you guys would let me. Haha! Victory! You guys are right there. Oh. One moment, I'm going to set this up. Oh. On camera, device, iPhone. Okay, I can't zoom with my iPhone, but you guys can see it. I have to set up a different scene one day, but you can at least see what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I can feel my drill sliding into that little center mark I made, so I'm going to tighten the clamp a bit. And on a low speed, Nope. I was a bit afraid that would happen. Come on, clamp, hold it down better. Nope. The tip of the drill is still sliding from the top of that little broken off screw, so I have to make sure it's real flat and flush with the headstock first. Oh, Stan T-Ford, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to apologize when you can't attend a stream that's happening during the day. So no worries, mate. Thank you for letting me know, at least. Let's see. Let's try and get this little screw nice and flush. Yeah, you're correct, Krister. The one screw that gives you trouble. Yeah, it was annoying my customer. It's been here for years apparently, but it was annoying my customer, and he asked me if I could remove it. Someone didn't lacquer over the decal. So now I have to order. I might need to order decals. My customer did expect this wasn't a genuine Fender neck. And when I removed the masking tape, I pulled half of the decal off. Because someone didn't lacquer over the decal. Guys, when using decals, always put lacquer over your decal. This was not something I expected to happen. Unfortunately. So I now know I have to This was all about a refret, but it might be a full headstock restoration project. Well, well, it happens. Sorry about the noise, guys. So let's give this another go. Nope. Yeah, let's give it another go. Let's show you the camera again. Camera, device, phone. And here we go. Yeah, we're back. And I might use a smaller maybe try and drill a very small hole first. Make sure it's clamped in. Oh, sorry guys. Come on. And it looks like there's metal, but there's actually a rubber underneath this clamp. It still doesn't want to go where I want it to go, unfortunately. It wants to slide to the side. Maybe if I take a brand new drill bit. Fuck. Oh, sorry. Come on. Right now, guys, I'm trying to get a drill bit to center properly in the center of the tiny little screw. it was faster to remove all those threads than it is this tiny little screw. What the? What's happening? Nope. I was a bit afraid that might happen. Let's switch off that camera. Camera off. It slipped. Come on. Yeah, I have to do it by hand. Maybe. Nope. Well, it's going to be a repair anyway, so. This doesn't fit. Nope. And the downside is usually guitar hardware is very soft. And for some reason this is a very hard little screw. This is insane. I actually think this might be a stainless steel screw. That would explain why it snapped. I think it's a stainless steel. I can barely drill into it. I couldn't file it down easy. And I can't drill into it. Yeah, let's use this one for now. Yeah. Come on. I'm not getting beaten by a tiny little screw. Come on. Come on, man. Brand new drill bit. -1. Is this going to be my nemesis? No, they don't exist. If not this tiny. there are hollow drill bits, of course, but not this tiny for a and I have a removal tool, but it can't get purchase on this size. Final attempt. And if not, I'm going to let it rest for a moment and get on with the rest. Yeah, I really start to expect that this is a stainless steel screw. No way. Nope. Always during a live stream or when shooting videos or something, or trying to do a tutorial. Hi dancers. Oh, it's afternoon already, man. I've been at it for 1.5 hours and I've done not much yet. I'm going to leave this for now. I have to think about how to handle how to go about doing this before I start getting frustrated and do something to this headstock that I'm not supposed to do. Yeah, guys, I can get frustrated as well when something doesn't go as planned. And the best thing to do is to take a little break from what you're doing and focus on something that you know you can do to make you feel better about yourself. Like cleaning up the bench. Bye bye old frets. I think I lost a screw. I'll find it later. No, no, don't do that. Stop it, stop it. Maybe not these. So let's start fresh, guys. Let's continue the rest of the neck. So, clean workbench again. Yeah. This one's done. Let's clean the fretboard. Is there a way I can clamp this down? Yeah, there is. Oh, of course, first something is hidden right here. What the? What did they use? Oh, here we go. Oh. Before I put sandpaper to the fretboard, of course I'm making sure the truss rod is adjusted so that the neck is nice and flat once more. I've already prepared my leveling beams with some fresh sandpaper. What is this? What is making this feel weird? Go now. So right now I'm just using a 240 grit. I have to and I'm still getting used to where everything is here in the shop. playing cards, essential tool. I can use to fill the gap underneath the heel of the neck and the headstock, and yeah, underneath the heel of the neck. So now I know that when I apply pressure, my neck will be nice and straight. So nothing too much, just to get it nice and flat again. And my customer wanted to keep as much of the wear on this fretboard as possible. So although there are still tiny marks where he used to play a lot, especially near where the A minor pentatonic is, where most guitars are most worn, is for a rhythm guitar player usually from the nut to, let's say, 5-7 frets, or 3 to 5 I mean, and then for solo guitars higher up the fretboard is usually when it's more worn. But most guitars are most worn, in my experience, are in between the 5th and the 9th fret. So that seems nice. Colored pencil. Indicator for the progress on where I'm at with sanding the fretboard. And actually, for a guitar that's over 20 years old and apparently doesn't have a stock Fender neck, this is a replica or a knockoff. Replica, is that the polite term for knockoff? So here we go. Oh, last passes was with the wrong sandpaper. Ah. Yeah, looks great already. Oh. I have to sort the drawer. Now let's try and find some higher grit sandpaper, 250, 1000. I'm looking for 400. Well, of course it's at the bottom. Don't I have 800? I'm going to need, no, yeah, 400. Scissors. Good one. So 400. So I started with 240 went up to 320, and this is 400 grit. And I'm using a block of which I know it's nice and straight. I always keep a lot of these offcuts around to help me with sanding and cutting fret slots and such. Blocks of wood, I know there are flat, straight, square. You can use them as filler blocks, as reference blocks, as sanding blocks. Very useful to have laying around. So it looks nice already. Yeah, that's straight. And guys, it's not clamped at all. The vise is just holding the neck in place. The only clamp holding it to the workbench is the one at the headstock. Let's organize everything a bit. Okay. Next, triangular file and dress all the. This is a bit. That one was a bit coarse. For this fretboard. And putting a chamfer on these frets makes it easier to later on press in all the frets, and it helps to prevent tear out when in the future this guitar gets another refret job. Just break the edges of the fret slots. Oh, come on. Let's change the angle a bit. Let's see, how did I do this last time? I'm not sure anymore. Because I still want to be able to read chat. Nope. Let's see, how did I do this? Nope, 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 nope. Oh! I can't find that angle I had just a moment ago. Maybe raise this a bit. And then I can raise the camera a bit. Something like this, maybe. A bit. Something like this, maybe. Hi Stanley, good afternoon, good afternoon. So I really hope I can get this done in time. That little screw is gonna cost me. I think on a hindsight, I should have left it alone, just sand it flat and be done with it. So, I think this is done. Now let's clean up the fret slots. And to do so, I'm going to use my fret slotting saw. They seem nice. Let's check the depth. What? This is a design flaw. I have a string action ruler, but it doesn't fit fret slots. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. To adjust a bit. So use some fret wire to check if the tang or if the fret fits. Almost. Better be safe than sorry. So guys, what do you think? What should I do first? Should I first put in the new frets? Or should we go back to the tiny little screw that's still bothering me? Yeah. Perfect. Get that screw, yeah, get that screw. Okay, we're going to focus on that little screw. It's become a terrible big hole. Oh my god, what a mess. I thought it would be easy. Just drill a 2.5mm hole, put a tiny dowel in it and be done with it. I thought it was a 5-minute job. And that shows how sometimes you have to be very careful when quoting for repairs or maintenance on a guitar. I'm going to, yeah, I want to clamp it down. So remove this bench dock for a moment. And guys, don't worry, these are for anyone in the comment section when there's a video. These are padded clamps, so no worries. I'm always very careful with clamps and such. I'll Stanley, catch you later. Yeah, let's see, Sufyan. Yeah, yeah, it's a 500-minute job now. Yeah, it's a €500 job. Because I think I might need to end, because I also damaged the decal, I think I might end up having to refinish this entire headstock. What is the best way forward? What tools do I have? What tools do I have to remove that tiny little screw? or at least the remnants of that pesky little screw. Drilling doesn't work. Or at least maybe. Let's take out a brand new drill bit. And Alright, progress on one side. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I didn't I'm sorry, my mic, I didn't realize I was clamping down my mic up against my cordless drill. I think what could I use? Yep. slowly but steady. How do you call it? Slow but steady? Slow but steady. Let's give it a tiny drop of oil. In this case, the drill bit jamming a bit is a good sign. That's because it's getting purchase on that little screw. Where is my... Oh, I'm sorry guys. It's at an angle also. Haha! I don't think it shows up on camera. No, it doesn't. Maybe if I'm very, very close. Come on, focus. Focus, camera. But here is the tip of the tiny screw. So we're there. It's gone. And it isn't too big of a mess. I'm going to measure the size of that hole. If I could find my calipers. And how's my batteries doing? Oh, they're pretty okay, pretty okay. Four mils. Let's see, let's put these away for now. I have a oh, my back. Yeah, I'm going to go off camera for a moment. I'm going to try and see if I have a dowel that size. I should have. I recently bought a lot of dowels. Let's see. First clean up a bit. Again. You see guys, in my videos my shop always looks perfectly clean and organized, but you only see a very tiny portion right now. But let me assure you, when I'm working, I also get my tools everywhere, materials everywhere, playing cards laying around everywhere. But the trick is to, once in a while, give yourself a moment to put everything back where it belongs. Even although you might need it in the next few minutes. just tidy up. For example, I don't need this one anymore. Ow, ow. Okay, you can go there. I don't mind. So, adjust the angle a bit, tiny bit, like so. And raise this a bit. Dowels. Yeah, I was looking for dowels. I should be the owner of some maple 4mm dowels. Somewhere out there. Oh, here's one. Here's one. No. No, 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 no. I'm not happy with how that fits. Too big. Too coarse. No. Not happy with those. I'm sure I bought a couple recently. No. I have to make one. Quick question, how do you... Hey man, good to see you, been following since the start. Ferret, nice of you to join the chat. Oh, I'm going to do this for a moment so you guys know I'm looking at you. Hey man, good to see you, been following since the start. Thank you. And quick question, how do you feel your Laguna BF Lux 1 is coping? How do you feel? I'm sorry, Ferret, I'm very sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean with your question. The Laguna BF Lux 1 is coping with the Laguna... The only thing I can say, the Laguna 1412 is a great... Oh yeah. Oh, the dust extractor, yeah. I'm sorry, Ferret. I'm not one to remember names and model types and such. My mind is too busy to remember names, places, and product names and type numbers and such. But yeah, the dust extractor I'm running is more than capable enough for both my drum sander and my bandsaw. It's perfect for that, especially for a small shop. If you, I have my entire dust extraction system hooked up to the Laguna dust extractor, and it seems to work fine. It could be a bit more powerful, but when you're only going to hook up your bandsaw, it's fine. More than capable enough. It's not really suitable to have a duct system attached to it, but if you use a single hose and use your hose to connect your machines one at a time, it's fine. Oh yeah, dowel. Come on, a piece of me, Paul. If I'm going to make something myself... Oh, there's a bench dog sticking out. No, this is birch. This too. Birch. The downside is maybe I can this is also maple. Yeah. Let's make our own dowel real quick. Or maybe I found something. Maybe. Yeah, I found something. I don't have to make my own dowel. Six mils. Yeah, this is 6 mils also. Oh. New battery. So I used a regular drill bit with a regular drill bit point to create a tiny center, and now I'm using a Bradle point drill bit to make sure the bottom of this hole is nice and flat. Tiny bit more. I don't dare to go much deeper, to be honest. Yeah, should be there. Hopefully. It's a bit weird. Yeah. And I'm going to use this position later on for the string tee. So we most likely won't see anything when this is done. Tiny bit of sandpaper. Bit of 400 sandpaper. Oh, this is marble. Yeah. Using my dust collection. And the other hole I'm going to use a cocktail stick. It's too big. Still too big. What is happening today? Yep. I'm always looking for my calipers, guys. So 2 mils. Drill bit 2 mils. Here we go. No, this is not 2 mil. This is a 2 mil drill bit, I think. Yeah. Yep. No, I'm going to use some. I'm going to use some super glue because that's easiest at this point. First, the tiny hole. That's one fixed. Now the other. This is too big, too big, too big, too big. So add a bit of dust to hide the edge. Let this cure for a moment. How's my batteries doing? Yeah, it's doing fine. Live stream still active, I hope. And this is a special blade, guys. This is a blade without a, is it a curve or a set? So all the teeth are in line, and it's special to cut dowels. But I'm even afraid to use masking tape on this neck at this moment, but we'll see. Should have grain matched it. Well, all right. Sandpaper, scissors. Too big. Tiny sanding block. Yep. You guys can't see. Maybe. Yep. Yeah. It's nice and flush. Some 400 grit sandpaper. Yeah. It's all right, it's all right. The repair isn't fully invisible. Hopefully, come on camera, for once, do your job and focus on the repair. It's not entirely invisible, but like I said, I'm going to use one of these holes, and I think the bigger repair I'm going to cover with the string T, because that was the original position. And yeah, I might have to redo the decal and have to refinish the headstock. So I might be working on that some more at a later stage. Right now, let's focus back on getting the frets done. Of course, first remove a lot of this stuff and get a better angle. Oh, come on. Oh, I almost destroyed my monitor stand by doing that. No, I have to. Yeah, better. Let's see, more jet. Nope. Put this aside, put this back. I really need to clean this up. Sort this out one day. Right. So let's get back to the fretboard. Are you guys still with me? Yeah. I might need to raise the camera even more. Or pull it back a bit. Yeah, much better, much better. Let's see. I've sanded it up to 400 grit already. I want to give it another pass with some 600. Yeah, fresh sheet 600 grit sandpaper. So we're going a bit back and forth, guys. I hope you don't mind. So I'm going to quickly give it one last pass with some 600 grit sandpaper, just to polish it up a bit, and you can do this up until 2000 grit. I usually, for my newer guitars, I go up the grits up until 2000 grits sandpaper. But for this guitar, I think that would look a bit too new. And my customer didn't want me to change much about the aesthetics and the of the guitar. He's been playing it for 20 years and he wanted to keep it looking that way, but he wanted to improve playability. So I'm only doing what's absolutely necessary and keep that wish of keeping it the way it is in mind. So one last pass with, where is it? My homemade cleaning tool. So, time to look at some frets. Hi Paul, good afternoon, good afternoon. So guys, we're finally done. It took me way longer than I expected to to get this fretboard ready for refretting. I thought, I can do this in about 6 hours or so. Well, maybe, it's not as late as I thought. We're not in here yet for 3 hours, but yeah, the tiny removal of the tiny screw really messed up my time schedule. But hopefully it shows up on camera, but the fretboard is now nice and clean. You can't see any residue anymore from the old frets, no marks from the old frets. There are still some marks of where the guitar has been played a lot, but it's not as noticeable right now. So the next step is to get the frets, and I ordered a lot of stuff for this guitar. So before we're going to do an unboxing and start inserting the fret, I'm going to take a 5-minute break to get myself a cup of coffee and have a bio break. So yeah, I'll be back with you guys in just a couple of minutes to get myself a cup of coffee and have a bio break real quick. Take my cup with me and put on the be right back screen and turn off. Oh, so, oh, let's see. This thing should work. A bit. So, cup of coffee real quick. Let's put the neck right here. And let's see what's in this package. Oh. This was something I should have removed before. Here we go. Never show your details online. Take a knife and let's start unboxing. Paper. I've ordered a box full of paper. I really can't remember what I've ordered. So there are surprises in this box. It's very well packaged, I must say. I have some Zap CA accelerator, some Zap kicker. I usually don't use that much accelerator, but sometimes it can come in handy, and I had to order some extra stuff to save on shipping costs. So sometimes there's maybe a good tip when you're ordering stuff. Sometimes you can order a tool, for example, and get over a certain amount. Most shops have a certain amount you have to spend to get free shipping, and when you're with the things you want to order almost at that amount, try to see if you can order something extra so you have a free tool. And in this case, I think by doing so I had this accelerator essentially for free. Because by purchasing that, I didn't have to buy shipping. I had to pay for shipping, and yeah, by doing so, free kicker. Some Graphtec nuts, some for myself for the Phoenix Rising guitar build, and a couple for this guitar. And I already know I'm not going to use this one because this is for a curved fretboard, and this nut slot is straight, so a nice and straight Graphtec Tusk XL nut for this guitar. I'm going to put these in my nut drawer. Where is it? Nut drawer. Where are you? Where? Oh, here you are. And that's a project, these little cabinets. I have a project lined up for a Friday night. Live from the workshop chat, in which I'm going to customize and label those tiny cabinets. A new switch for this guitar, new 3-way switch. Tomorrow, if I can get the frets done today, tomorrow I'm going to do some electronic overhauls on this guitar. So I might stream that as well. I'll let you guys know. Oh, that's nice. Smart use of electrical conduit, PVC pipe. So some Jazzcar fret wire, 45001 if I'm not mistaken, from the top of my head, by my client's specification. So the frets for this guitar, and a lovely piece of PVC pipe for my private collection. There's even more. No, that's it. That's it. I really like how they package the liquid stuff. This is a fully sealed bag. I've never seen that before, and I think it's a very... Oh no, it's not fully sealed, but it's very well sealed, so they don't take much chances. What the... I'm a bit surprised. So they don't take much chances of glue or something leaking onto your other stuff. The thing I'm a bit confused by, I ordered some new Zap super glue. And instead of a couple of big bottles, they sent me a couple of these tiny bottles of CA glue, the Zap, the thin, the medium viscosity, and the thick viscosity super glue. And actually this might not be a bad thing, because I noticed that especially the medium viscosity super glue tends to thicken quite fast. It doesn't have that much, that long of a shelf life. That's what I wanted to say. So maybe having a couple of smaller bottles and is better, so it lasts longer and it stays good for a longer period of time. These are just for how do you call it, stock, so I'm going to put them away real quick. Whoa, that one is huge! What the... Is Chetfield still going, guys, by the way? So I've also ordered some vintage cloth covered wire. It wasn't really necessary for my customer, but I could notice he would like to have custom wiring, or custom wiring the vintage wires used on his guitar, so that's what I'm going to do. Small little capacitor. Oh my god, this one is huge. I thought it was just the orange drop, regular size. Oh. They're pretty big. Put them aside. And some resistors. There's going to be, I'm going to do a treble bleed on this guitar. So let's put these parts with the body. And I'm going to check real quick if I'm still live. Am I still live? Oh. Close this. Close this. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm still live. How many? Several people watching still. Oh, that's not bad. 6 now, because I closed my chat. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, with everything unboxed, let's start fretting this neck. Yeah. Make some more space. Ooh. And this will be the first time using my fret press in the workshop. So I have to find everything in this cabinet right here. And let's see if we can set this up. I'm going to put this neck aside for a moment while I'm setting up the fret press. So let's see. Maybe if I just raise this one. Yeah, put these in place, like so. Not yet, not yet. Right. Let's check the radius for this fretboard once more. I think it's 14. Yeah. Yeah, approximately. It's slightly a compound radius, so 14 to, I expect 10 or something. Yeah, it's a compound radius. So I might need to hammer the frets in by hand at one point. Where did I put those tools? Oh, there's a nut. No, this is inlay. To be honest with you guys, I can't recall where I where I put those. Ah, here they are. I couldn't recall where those inserts are for the fret press. Yeah, 14 for this side. What did I say? 10? No, not 9.5. Maybe. I might be able to use 12. Not quite. Yeah, from approximately the 12th fret, 11th, 10th fret, I can use the 12-inch radius, but I have to start with 14-inch radius. Get back in there. But first I have to put a radius in. Hello Daniel. Hi Valte. Hi Dongi. I'm not sure what you mean. A lot of faffing about. I'm not familiar with that term. A lot of faffing about. If you were expecting a very streamlined live stream, I'm sorry. This is the first time I'm actually live streaming while doing actual work. So guys, I've made my own radius jig to put the radius in the fret wire. You're welcome, Valte. I'm glad to hear my refretting tips helped you to do your first refretting job. Now hopefully I can do the same on this guitar. But of course I have an extra difficulty bonus of doing it live on stream. Oh, I'm not there yet. Yeah. So that's one. So, yeah, it's slightly under 14-inch, and that's how I like to do it. I like to radius the frets slightly smaller than what I need. They're exactly 12-inch, so that's perfect. And for my idea, it helps me seat the frets better if they're slightly under radiused. Some nippers, and I'm starting with 24. And I always nip off the first 2.5 centimeters, let's say an inch, because when radiusing, that's the part that stays flat. So I'm always make sure that the start of my fret wire is where the actual radius starts. Oh, it's not 24. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. '21, '22. I'm always getting confused when doing this. And it's been a while, guys, to be honest. What? I'm going to Oh. Yep. And this is easy, guys. Just measure your fret length. And cut it, but be sure to have the tang of your fret, so there's a little piece sticking out underneath, parallel with your nippers, with your cutters, I must say. Two. Yeah, it's always too short. So for anyone wondering how much fret wire you need to do one fretboard, and this is a 22 fret fretboard, and you need approximately 1 meter and 25 no 120, yeah, so 125 centimeters. So that's about what you need for fretting one fretboard. These lengths were 60 centimeters, and I could do almost the entire fretboard except the last fret, so first fret, with 100, with two of these lengths, so 120 centimeters, and I needed just one more fret. So here we go. And I'm going to set up the fret press. And a coil. And maybe I can use, where is it? My little brass hammer to do the first couple of frets. Let's see how they fit, if I need to add glue or not. Oh, they fit rather nice. So first test press. I need yeah, it went in perfect, and I don't think I need any glue underneath the frets. It's something I don't like doing as much, and if I think there is glue required, what I usually do is just fill up these tiny gaps at the side of the fretboard, and that's what I'm going to do with these as well. It takes a bit longer, but I think it gives a better result at the end. No. And I always double press my frets. Seems good. Let's set this up a bit better. So it's nice and secured, and yeah. Yep. Yep. Let's see if I can change the angle a bit, guys. Is there a way? How's my battery doing? Well, it's lasting very long. Maybe a bit higher up. Like so. Perhaps maybe. That's cold. Now I have to pull you guys back a bit. Sorry. Yeah, I think this might be a good angle. Let me know, guys, if I'm out of frame or if you're missing anything. Yeah. I'm going to hammer in a few frets. Here's one. I don't know if it showed up on camera, but this is the reason why I always double press my frets, because when snipping off the ends, you're essentially compressing the ends ever so slightly, lifting the fret from the fret slot ever so slightly, and sometimes, especially on a refret job where the outer part or the last section of the fret slot is usually a bit wider, it can pop out again, and that happened on this 17th fret. So just to be safe, 17th, I'm going to drop in a tiny amount of super glue. And take a pinch of rosewood dust. And that fret is now nice and secure. Next ones. What the... Really... I don't know what happened with this one. That one should be, the Hosco one should be the better of the fret end nippers, fret end cutters, but it doesn't seem to work on these jazz car frets. Not sure why, but here we go. Unfortunately, my customer specified the jazz car frets. Personally, I'm not a huge fan. If I may say so. They seem very soft always. Can I put a clamp? No, I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe. No. Yep. All right, let's speed things up a bit. No chat, no chat. All right. Yep. Oh. Hi Alan, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. I just got to work myself. All right. And, let me lower this a bit, and I can read chat a bit better. Might. So. And I have to come up with a better solution to secure the press to the bench. Yeah, it's not quite. I have to keep in mind where I need to switch to the 12-inch radius press block. I think we're there. I think I need to switch. Take the Allen key. Remove the 14-inch. And insert the 12-inch block. Huh. It might be a nice little project. Make holders for the how do you call it? Coals or clamping blocks, or and for the Allen key. Let's see, how's my battery doing? Not too bad, not too bad. You know what? Let me take a closer look. This is halfway, this is almost out. So I'm going to learn recently that there's spelled coal. Coal, yeah, coal. Oh. Clamping or pressing coal. Something like that. Guys, I'm going to mute for a moment and I have to switch the battery for my mic pack. So I'm going to mute real quick. I should be back. No, you should be back now. Help, I think we've gone deaf. Yeah, I'm back. Oh, well, there's almost no delay on stream right now. Wow, usually there's a 10 to 20 seconds delay, but I finally seem to have set up the stream correctly yesterday, because it actually started on time and such. So I think I'm finally getting the hang of setting up everything. And Tim, I'm curious to know, am I live in your living room, or am I live at the Orga office, or or in a hotel somewhere? Okay, I've been... Alright, good to know, good to know. So everyone got a good laugh. Come on, get in there. Oh, all right. Thank you. That's very good to hear. Maybe all of that will change by the end of this stream. That's the scary bit of putting yourself out there live. No editing. All mistakes for everyone out there to see. But hey. Oh. So. Yeah, you're right, Tim. You're right. Everyone who's working in a team or at customers or on location, the mistakes are for everyone to witness. But somehow this feels a bit different. Because, I don't know, it's on the internet and it will be here for I don't know how long. But yeah, you're correct. If you're in a workshop with colleagues and you make a mistake, everyone knows and you'll hear it for years. Hopefully more in a fun, a bit of a banter way. Let's see, yeah. Looks good, still looks good. Get in there. Yeah, it's all good. Everything should be a learning experience, but that can be difficult sometimes. Hi MSENA. Nice of you to join the stream. Welcome. Maybe, I'm not sure. Let me know if you guys know, especially anyone who's been following guitar building online for a while. I have a feeling that this might be the first ever live streamed refret job. I don't know if anyone has done it. Of course, there aren't that many live streamers that I know of. Guitar builders that do live streams where they are actually working on a guitar. Usually they're just sitting there behind the screen drinking beer or something like that. And oh yeah, guys, before I forget, next week, and I'll have to remind myself that I do a notification on in the community tab of my channel. But next week around this time, I think 1, maybe 2 hours earlier, I'm not sure, I haven't seen the details yet. But I just got a message on the details. But yeah, next week, let me finish my train of thought first. So, next week, around the afternoon, I'm a guest at the Devils and Sons YouTube channel for a luthiers or guitar builders lunch break. So it's a podcast where a bunch of YouTubing guitar builders have a chat, and I'm not sure about the details yet. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you, Alan. I just received an email. Here we go. Streamlabs, all right. Oh, I've got a link already, so I'm sure I'll make a community tab post where you guys can follow a link. And so Thursday 1 p.m. and I have to check because that's 1 p.m. Britain time, so that's 1 hour earlier than it's here. So it's around this time. So it will start at this. So this time next week, head over to the Devil and Sons YouTube channel, and I'll be there as a guest on their podcast. Oh yeah. So I just received the details. Yeah, thank you, Alan. Oh well, we're almost done. I think I need to repress this final fret. Yeah. Yeah, all the frets are in and the edges are nice and sharp, just like a cheap new guitar. We'll address that in a moment. First I'm going to take this jig apart. It says this is a 2-ton arbor press, but I think what they mean is not the pressing capacity, but its own weight. This thing is so heavy. Oop. Here we go. Going to put it away And then we can focus on dressing and leveling the frets and such. The lovely stuff. Come on, get in there. So, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. All you could hear was my heavy breathing. So let's clean everything up a bit. Put this aside. Yeah, next thing I'm going to do is fill these tiny little gaps on the side of the neck. So let me adjust the camera a bit and the height of the workbench. So lovely to have this. Here we go, guys. Hopefully you don't get seasick. So here we go. I can raise you guys a tiny bit. Yeah, like so. Some rosewood dust. Tiny spatula that I need to clean a bit. Oh, here we are. Spatula, and I've been using this Loctite super glue the last couple of days for jobs like this, where you need to dose the super glue very carefully. Live latency on the stream is 0.00 seconds. Wow. That's great. That's great to know. On most streams it's about 10 to 20 seconds, but it has to do with me setting up the live stream. If I set it up from this streaming software, it has a long delay, and when I set it up from inside the house, when I schedule a stream, I can set to have it the least amount of latency. But until today that never seemed to work, but I'm glad it now works. And let's see. Oh yeah, where was I? So, well, you need to dose super glue carefully. This is ideal because it has two, let's call it buttons on the side. And if I put it upside down, there won't be any super glue coming out unless I press these two buttons. And the harder I press, I think there's a valve in here. It opens the valve more. So if I need a tiny drop, I can just very carefully, but I want to fix the neck, but I can very carefully put down a tiny drop without having to use a cocktail stick like I used to do. Dip a cocktail stick in super glue, drop it in here, go back and forth, and now I can just dose the super glue straight away into this tiny little gap. And what I'm doing, and it won't show up on camera, but we can try to use the phone in a moment. So what I'm doing, I'm putting a little drop down and wait for it to soak in. Or it's not soaked, it's capacity that sucks in the glue underneath the fret, and this glues in the fret with the least amount of glue necessary, and it won't leave a mess on the fretboard itself. So let's try this for a moment. Get my phone. Launch this. I'm going to portable camera. Let's see if I can. Unfortunately, I can't use the zoom function on the phone, unfortunately. But this should give you guys an idea, hopefully, of what I'm doing. Does it show up? Maybe. So putting down a tiny drop. On each fret end. And I keep going back and forth between all the frets until I can't see the super glue being wicked in underneath the fret any longer. So, in other words, when the drop stays as a drop on top of the side of the fretboard, I know the gap is nicely filled with super glue. And when that's the case, I'm going to take my rosewood dust and just put a tiny bit of dust on top of that super glue. And this should fill that little gap underneath the fret nicely, and when I sand down the fret ends, you won't, or it's hard to see where the fret ends are, and it seems like a perfect fit, at least in the fret slot. And it also helps to secure these pesky fret ends that might pop up because of the refret job. This can be a bit of time-consuming job, but having to clean your fretboard after messing about with super glue when inserting the frets takes up way more time. and is tedious to do, and this is almost therapeutic to do. Oh, I already did that one. Oh man, this little bottle is saving me so much time. It's so easy to put down just the slightest amount of super glue. Oh. The second fret is a thirsty one. Done, done, not done. Usually with a new fretboard with a new neck, I can keep filling a fret slot like this until I see a little drop here underneath the fretboard appearing, and then I know the entire fret slot is filled with glue, and I can just seal off both ends with the dust. Oh. Ah, too little. No, not yet. So guys, next time you're sanding, for example, the radius into your fretboard or a guitar body or your neck, but usually sanding the radius into your fretboard is the easiest way to obtain a lot of dust. And it always comes in handy to have a little jar or a Ziploc bag or something full of different types, colors and species of wood dust. To fill holes, to repair mistakes, do jobs like this when you want to tidy up your work. And the finer you can get your dust, so from sanding with very high grades of sandpaper, the more powdery it is, that might be the better way of saying it, the better, because it will get into those gaps a bit easier if it's not too coarse. One side down, onto the other one. Let's see, what's this guy doing? Yep. Yeah. Drop, 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 drop. Oh, stop shaking. Here we go. Fill her up one drop at the time. Yep, here we go. Nope. So I'm going to let it soak in for a couple of moments. Let's open the window. Let's see, have I missed something? For a bit. Tim, stop touching live wires. I know, always make sure to measure is dead. Yeah. How often do you eat or drink sawdust? Intentionally, not that much. Unintentionally, probably more than that's healthy for you. Matt one, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, all good. Oh. I'm looking at chat, but I can't read it. Because my glasses are over there. Awkward. I think coming week I have an appointment with the optician. Is that the correct word? to have my eyes measured, and most likely I need some new glasses. And that's a topic that I address occasionally in my recent videos. Yeah, all the gaps are filled. Oh, nothing changed in chat. Okay. I didn't miss a thing. So let this cure for a moment. I'm going to stop that camera. Let's see. Ooh. Camera, come on. Yep. Put this aside for a moment. What is happening? I can put my phone right there. What is it? Oh, all right. So, like I said, all gaps filled. A bit of water. It's almost 3 o'clock. No way. Okay, let's change the camera angle for a moment. You guys go. Come on. I have to raise this a little so I can raise you guys. Almost. Because the next step is sanding down the sides of the frets and of course the dust we just put on the side of the neck. Speaking of dust, get rid of this and let's see. I swear I had a clamp somewhere, right here. So nice and secure. So first couple of passes I'm going to do with 180 grit. Not using any pressure, or at least not much. This is just so I can remove the glue and dust. And I'm also very careful not to hit the lacquered part of the neck. So I'm tilting the leveling beam slightly to the inside, or inside to the fret side of the neck. And to finish it off, I'm going to use a very fine file. And use a tiny bit of sandpaper right here. And of course I'm going to use 240 grit. To clean it up even more, 320. And now that the fret of the neck is in this position, I'm also going to put a slight bevel on the fret ends. And my client requested specifically to keep these fret ends as steep as possible. So I'm not going to do the standard or the most often used 30-degree bevel, but I'm going to keep it maybe 10-15 degrees bevel, so it's much steeper than usual. So after 180, of course, 240, 320. Right, that's one side. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice bevel on the ends. Not missing anything? No. Great. Clamp. $180. Huh. What the heck is happening? All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, so first stage is done. And now for the next one. So the sides are smooth now. And to help me even better and to get the come on brain, work. And to get the chamfer or the bevel on the sides of the fretboard absolutely right, I'm going to put down the neck. Yeah, this is better. Like so. And now I can have a top-down view of what I'm doing. And have a bit more control over the fretboard and the bevel I'm sanding. One. And guys, what I'm looking for is when I'm sanding like this, I'm making a diagonal motion. And when I'm only sanding down the fret ends, I can't see any dust appearing, except some filings from the fret ends. But now that I'm almost, my, how do you call it? My chamfer is starting to get to the edge of the fretboard, I can see rosewood dust appearing, and that's when I know that the side of the fret is chamfered enough that the end is actually touching the edge of the fretboard. And only then I can be sure that there's no sharp metal sticking out of the sides of the fretboard. And of course that makes for a much more comfortable playing guitar neck. And the main difference between a cheap and poorly done fret job and an expert one. Or an expert one or a good one. I wouldn't necessarily call myself an expert, but that's for you guys to decide. Yeah guys, I think I'm there. And I'm going to hit the sides real quick with some 600 grit sandpaper. And with a sanding block that has a soft bottom, so it gives a bit. And this is just to smoothen out the transition between the edge of the fretboard and the fret itself. So first stage done. Next stage is leveling the frets. So put these aside for now. Get the big boy out. I just realized, oh yeah, do I have a Fender scale? No! Yeah, this should work. Oh. Of course, now we have to make sure that the fretboard and the neck are nice and straight by adjusting the truss rod. So, nothing. Yeah, nice and straight. And yeah, let's take out the fret rocker. Oh. Let's put this aside. And let's see how good of a job I did of pressing in the frets. Alright. Alright. Can you hear it, guys? The clicking sound. So there's a high spot right there. Bit of a high spot right there. Only in the centers. Nothing here. Ooh. Huge high spot there. Overall, not too bad, but I have to address some of the high spots in this neck. I'm going to raise you guys a bit further if I can. Yeah, I can. Zoom in a bit. Like so, yep. So, leveling. What to do first? Yeah. So let's first mask the entire fretboard. Did I miss something? When you... Yeah, that's 100% correct, Alan. This stage is what you pay for when buying an more expensive guitar. It's the attention to detail that goes into making the neck and into the frets. It's nice. Look up some of the factory tours of different brands. And one feature they almost always show is how fast they can do their fret job by having a guitar already set up, and someone with a block and a piece of sandpaper goes, well, yeah, no high spots, yeah, done. And of course, a guy in a factory can't spend, we're almost 5 hours in on a fret job. It would be too inefficient and maybe too expensive, and then of course they have to raise the prices. If they would also have to raise the prices. And that's why you can tell a cheap guitar just by touching the neck and feeling the frets. And even sometimes more expensive guitars. A couple of months ago I had someone here in the workshop with a brand new Stromberg guitar, and I had to do a full fret job on that guitar because it wasn't done properly in the factory. And Stromberg, how do you call it, are by no means cheap guitars. But even they have to keep to a production schedule and an amount of hours that can be spent on a single guitar. And I think the amount of hours spent on a factory guitar, if I had to guess, I think it's less than 20. From start to finish. And even less on the more even cheaper guitars. I think for the 90 to 300 buck guitars, it can't be more than an hour that someone is spending on a guitar. I've been... Oh, yeah. I forgot to put a piece of tape along the entire length of the fretboard. Well, that's going to be fun when I have to peel all these tiny strips from the fretboard. What time is it? Oh, it's 3:15 already. Whoa, time flies when you're having fun. Guys, can you please remind me as soon as I'm done masking this fretboard that I get myself a cup of coffee and refill my water bottle, because currently it's almost 28 degrees Celsius here in the workshop and I'm drinking too little. Too little, too less, too few, no, too little, too little. I think it's too little. And guys, if you like, you can support me by getting me a coffee using that link in that corner right there. I would highly appreciate it if you guys could get me a coffee. Looked like that fret wasn't seated properly, but it might be the shadow. Oh. Yep. Ah, that's too bad. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, will there be a Phoenix video on Monday? I hope so. I intend to have a video up on Monday for the Phoenix as well. It does kind of depends on how this goes. And to be honest with you guys, I had hoped to be at this stage approximately an hour, 2.5 hours ago. So just after lunch. But yeah, that repairing the little hole, for anyone who was already present this morning, when I tried to remove a tiny little screw from the headstock, and it set me back for a couple of hours. So it depends. I intend to have a video up on Monday, and I'm almost done recording that video. Just a couple more clips to go, but editing these 1-hour videos takes up a lot of time. Yeah, especially having to, the longest time is maybe even spent on finding the right music to go along with the videos. So I have to find some time to both shoot the last clips, and I hope I can do it. Oh, so don't play with your scalpel. I hope I can shoot the last clips tomorrow or tomorrow night. Wow.
Straight Jacket 010 supported the channel and said, "Time for coffee guitar time."
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tip and for reminding me to get a cup of coffee. So yeah, long story short, yes, I intend to have a video up on Monday if I can find the time to shoot the final clips and edit the guitar on Sunday, or edit the video on Sunday. But yeah, to be honest, this job is for a paying customer, and that has my priority because he has only 2 weeks of vacation before he starts touring with his band again, and he didn't tell me to do so, but I could notice that he would very much appreciate it if this guitar was done in time. So yeah, I intend to finish this fret job today. Tomorrow morning, get on to sorting out the electronics and do a pickup swap for that guitar. And then hopefully I have time tomorrow night and Saturday and Sunday to finish Monday's video. And if I can't make it, there will be a live stream on Monday evening. It's been early morning in California. Good morning, good morning. And I won't let that lovely, lovely tip go to waste. I'm going to grab myself a cup of coffee, so I'll be right back. Coffee and fill my water jug. Let's see. Be right back. Oh yeah. I think you guys could still hear me. I think so. Straight Jacket 010. Thank you very much for the support. Yeah, mic was on. So you could hear my... Did I swear? I don't think so. I think the only thing you could hear was maybe me mumbling a bit to myself and the coffee maker. I switched scenes. I turned the mic down and then I switched to the Be Right Back screen and turned my mic back on. Should have relied on software only. Could only hear the coffee maker. Oh, that's good. That's a good thing my wife isn't at home. Yeah, no number 2 or 1. No. Yeah, I'm fortunate my wife is at home. Yeah, well, that for some, I think for most of you, you wouldn't understand it anyway because it would have been in Dutch. I know Tim could understand. And let's see. Not many more, I think. Let's see. Did I miss anything? Hey, are you watching me? Hey, are you watching me whilst you're working? Yeah. Sometimes. Okay, let's continue. I get distracted by chat and I need to finish this because I really want to show you guys the end result before the end of the stream. And otherwise I have to have dinner. Subscriber, who subscribed? Daryl Robert subscribed to the channel. I don't know if this is live or if he's just subscribing to my YouTube channel, but if this is live, Daryl, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. Welcome, welcome. So let's mark these frets. I might need to do something first, I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. 240 grit sandpaper. Neck is nice and straight. We've already checked that. I should drink my coffee before it gets cold. I've marked all the frets, and this is a compound radius, so instead of following the center line, I should follow the edges of the fretboard. So almost there. So I'm switching to 320. No, not quite. Let's see, I think I'm almost there. Okay, that. Guys, I don't know if someone in chat has also some experience with leveling frets. That for some reason the 12th fret always seems to be high. I don't know why that is. Okay. Okay. Now for the last couple of frets I'm going to do a relief or a slight decline of the fret height to give the string a bit more room to oscillate when played in the higher positions, so you can have a slightly lower setup, and it improves playability by a lot. So I'm going to put 2 layers of masking tape on the 12th fret, and yeah, for 20, and I'm going to put some masking tape over my sandpaper. Make sure this is a nice and straight cut. I'm going to mark the last couple of frets. Usually up to 15. Rest the masked part of the sandpaper on the 12th fret. And now I'm going to sand these last couple of frets to thickness. Or thickness, it's not thickness, to height, to be level with the rest of the frets. And I have to be aware I don't sand through the sandpaper on the 12th fret. We're not really sanding, but rubbing through. Come on. Replace the masking tape. And we're going to use a single layer. Check, let's check. Seems a bit... Here we go. Oh yeah. I just have to keep going at it for a bit more, I think. But maybe I need to replace the sandpaper real quick. That's what I'm going to do. Instead of keep struggling, I think in the long run it would be faster to just replace the sandpaper. Come on. That's one. Cover two sides with $320. $240. Let's do it like this. Where would a guitar builder be without super glue? Oh. That's one. Let's change the angle a bit. Oh. Ah, my face isn't in the shot. Nope. Camera's pointing down. I still have to get used to this rig. Yeah, it's a bit better. Raise the table a bit. So. Yeah, this is better. This is a much better shot. And there's also often a big difference because I'm looking at a tiny screen and it seems a bit different from, of course, you guys that are watching this most likely on a full-size monitor. And the amount of details you are able to pick up in comparison to me here on a tiny studio monitor. And I realized I used the wrong tape. This is too narrow. There's a slight difference in these two, and this one is slightly too narrow for the sending beam. Yeah, I think I'm still alive. How's Chet doing? No, no more Chet. Right. One. And two. Oh man. Come on. Let's see, I think I'm there. Oh. Okay. Tiny bit of spot leveling. Guys, and when you're leveling frets, take your time. With your fret rocker, and check everything. So, I think I'm almost there. Questions? No questions? Chat is nice and quiet. Well, not nice. Chat is just quiet. It makes me a bit anxious. Is there still someone there? Or if I'm still live or not? Yeah, I am. Yeah. Ten people still in chat. Okay, okay. Let's check for a final time. Yeah, for the upper frets I just sanded enough to remove the ink. But I had a very high last fret for some reason. It was very high. Yep. Switch. Yeah, that's it. All frets are nice and level. Let's put this aside. Don't need this one anymore. Neither this, not this. I need you. Don't need you for the moment. No, no. I need this one. Crowning file. A couple of files. Maybe these crowning files. Maybe they'll save me some time today. And again, mark the frets. Oh. Here we go. And let's start re-crowning the frets, and I can, because I'm sitting down, I can get you guys a bit closer, hopefully. Oh, let's see. Oh. I'm messing this up a bit. I need to lower everything slightly. Raise this one a bit so I can read the chat. Yep. I'm sorry guys if you're getting nauseous. But hopefully this will improve the stream. So I'm using one of these, I don't know how to call it, recrowning files. To both help me establish the roundover at the end and to recrown the frets. And usually I'm not a fan of these, but maybe for today and for this size frets, maybe they're suited to be used. And it seemed like it. They seem to do the job pretty well. But I'm still going to trust on my triangular file. So get it nice and straight, and maybe I just have to give them a try, isn't it? All right. Maybe the combination of tools. Oh, I see new icons appear. Hi Nicky Donuts. Yeah, crowning. Yeah, we're at the crowning stage. And unfortunately guys, I need to remove my glasses to see the frets, but without my glasses I can't read chat. So if you want to grab my attention, you can. There are the super chats functionality and the tips and such, they play a sound. So if you want to grab my attention, you can use those. Boo-hoo. Change the camera position a bit. Let's see, let's see. Yep. How is this angle, guys? Better? Yeah, I think this is better. At least I hope so. How's my battery pack? Yeah, still some battery left. Yeah, guys, let me know, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer these diamond shaped crowning files or just a regular triangle recrowning file? I'm still not sure. I think they can be a time saver, but I'm not sure if they're accurate enough. Let's see, let's see. triangular file because it's all you have. And Nicky Donuts, I've been using this StewMac Z file, but I haven't been getting the super thin crowns I want. Yeah, that's. I think I'm getting small enough crowns with these, and I've heard many good stories about the StewMac Z file. Haven't tried it myself. I think the pre-radiused files only work best when your fret wire is to the exact same radius and same specifications as the file is, which of course with a triangular file you can just adjust, because you always start nice and straight, and by rotating the file you can follow the shape of the fret wire a bit better. But yeah, the speed I get from these, especially for the fret ends, they're also already almost spherical by just using these files just on the edge. So yeah, I'm not sure yet. But maybe it's just, as with everything, a bit of getting used to. And I think another main difference is here, with a file like this, you have to trust the tool for giving you the result you're after. And of course some skill involved, but mostly the tool. And while with a triangular file it's definitely all skill. So yeah, most of the frets have a very thin line left on the top, so hopefully I'm done re-crowning, and now it's time for dressing. And I have to set up a bit, so maybe raise this ever so slightly and raise you guys a bit as well. Oh, not too much. Something like this. And starting to dress the fret ends. Without the glasses. Yeah, dressing is indefinitely the most satisfying part. Getting these nice spherical fret ends. Hi Daniela. I don't repair guitars, however a show like this works for me as I go through some morning guitar warm-up exercises. That sounds like a very good routine to be in, to start your guitar, to start your day with some guitar exercises. So quick little pass with some 600 grit sandpaper, just to tell me how consistent I am with my dressing. So that's one side done. Let's check everything. Yeah, everything's still running as expected. Good, 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 good. Clamp. Oh, and hydrate, and hydrate. Yeah. I have a love-hate relationship with this last fret. All right, we're there. Don't do that. Zo. Nope. Glasses. Try to decide what to work on today. I have an inlay cavity to route, plus sanding a body, soldering electronics, carving a nut. Don't know where to start. Yeah, decisions. I can relate to that. It depends. If you're feeling accurate today, I will do the inlay. And if you want to have a more relaxed job, I will do the electronics or sanding. If you want to enjoy the stream, while having some mindless job to do, I would sand a body. So I could watch a stream, follow a listen to a podcast or something. But there's days where you just like to focus on what you're doing, and on days like those, I would recommend doing inlays and such. Now all I want to do is finish this fret job. I've wasted so much time this morning on a tiny little screw that was in the headstock, and I needed to remove it. All right. Okay, let's start the polishing process of these frets. And put them to the final shape. Oh. Raise my stool. And to do so, I'm starting off with a 400 grit sandpaper. And what I like to do is make a little roll. And first sand the edges. And what I'm trying to do, I'm trying not to hit the very top of the fret, where there's still a tiny line of marker. Because as soon as I hit the top of the frets with the sandpaper, all the leveling, all the effort I done, I put into leveling the frets will be wasted. I only touch the top of the frets with approximately 1000 grit sandpaper. That's when I start to gently remove the final scratches from the top of the frets. And sometimes you see videos of people doing fret jobs on Instagram, for example, and they have re-crowned the frets, and then they take sandpaper and just start rubbing sandpaper over the frets. Negating, is the correct term? Negating all the work they've done by carefully leveling the frets. Oh, new chat messages. Yeah, Tim, goodbye. See you later. And like I said, the invitation to come and visit the shop still stands. Come and have a coffee with me live. And yeah, see you in the next stream or in the next video. Bye, Tim. Good evening. I think yeah, I could be also wrong. Don't get me wrong, Nick and Dolio, but it seems off. Like Nick said, it seems off to first put so much effort in getting everything nice and level, and then just without any thought, just go across it with sandpaper. And I think maybe 600. Yeah, if I saw just how much I still removed with 600 grit, just for polishing the ends just now, I think 600 is still a bit too coarse. I don't touch the tops, like I said, until I'm at 1000, 1200 grit, and then I start to work on the tops. And even sometimes I think about this when using my Dremel. How much does the Dremel remove when polishing the frets? Or are we maybe too obsessed with making sure everything is nice and level? Because this guitar, when it came in this morning, the frets were anything but level, and it's been played like that for years. So maybe we're a bit too obsessed sometimes. And I think I started this stream this morning by saying there's a difference also between someone like me, who is foremost a guitar builder instead of someone who repairs guitars, as to someone who repairs guitars and maintains guitars on a daily basis. As a guitar builder of high-end, bespoke, custom guitars, yeah, I want everything to be as perfect as I can get them. And maybe for someone who owns a repair shop, they have to get the job done within budget. And the main thing is that the guitar plays a lot better than when it did when it entered the shop. So a satisfied customer leaves the shop. So maybe there's a difference there as well. Yeah, it's a bit hard with the Dremel to tell how much material you're removing. But I am now these days I'm using a very soft compound, and I can usually tell by the scratches that are still visible in the frets how much I'm removing, because as soon as those scratches disappear, I stop the Dremel immediately. But let me know, Nikki, what do you use these days instead of a Dremel? Just polishing by hand? The only exception I make is for the fret ends. I run a piece of sandpaper across. Onto some 600 grit. I used to do my first job by hand. I used micro mesh abrasive pads. Oh my, yeah. Also, good option. Micro mesh. So here we go, some 600 grit. Ah man, wrong one. Wrong one. Need to get better at leveling though. My neck was straight. Oh, I don't know either, Nicky. I had the same thing with this neck, the last fret. It seemed like a pancake when I was leveling. This one was flat and three over were untouched. It happens sometimes. Maybe inconsistency in the fret wire. I don't think fret wire is made to very low tolerances. Although we like it to be, but I think there's quite a bit of tolerance in the fret wire itself. Let's see, how's my mic doing? Reasonable. Next grid, 800 grit sandpaper. Go up the grids one by one. And I found when leveling, when it seems to be right, I always take out my fret rocker, check with the fret rocker, it doesn't lie, and then if needed, use a tiny file to spot level. And I've learned to be content when the fret rocker says it's fine no matter what the marker says on the frets itself. If the fret rocker says I'm nice and level, I'll go with that. And guys, for a bit of for educational part, why I how do you call it? Bunch up my sandpaper in a roll like this, is that when I'm sanding, because it's a round surface against a round surface, there's a very small, reasonably small contact area. But because it's round, it will never touch the top of the fret as long as I keep one side touching the fretboard. So I can very confidently sand all the scratches from the sides of the fret. And as soon as I skip the frets, I slightly unroll the roll. So there's a fresh piece of sandpaper ready for the next fret. So sand one side, or sanding. This is of course 800 grit sandpaper. This is already polishing, and then I'll flip or unroll the sandpaper ever so slightly, so I have a fresh section of sandpaper for the next fret or the next side. Again, unroll it a bit. Sand it, unroll it. And I find this very relaxing. Now I'm streaming, but usually when I'm doing this, I shoot some clips for my video, some scenes, and then I zone out, put some music on, put sometimes a YouTube video that I don't necessarily have to watch, but I can listen to, like some of you might be doing with this stream, or have a podcast on, and polish for a couple of hours. All right, you made a decision, Nicky. Yeah, soldering, that's something I need to do tomorrow for this guitar. Switch pickups, change all the electronics, do treble bleed, coil split, and I might stream that as well, not sure yet. So next grid. Thousand. And I think I go up to, it depends, 1500, 2000 maybe, before I take out the Dremel. And let's see if I can do this before it's 6 o'clock right here, so it's in 45 minutes. Because I really, I really want to show you guys the end result, if possible. I can go, I think, for another 45 minutes, up to an hour. And I really want to get this done before my wife gets home and we have to have dinner. But the best part is these higher grids don't take long. Ever find fret problems? Yeah, sometimes, Danielle. Sometimes it happens that even although you were very careful when doing a job like this or fretting a brand new guitar, and you made sure everything is nice and level, and you use the fret rocker, you polish your fret, and I had it twice now that after stringing up the guitar when it's under tension and it's been sitting for a couple of days and been played a couple of times, sometimes you start to find high spots again in your frets, and then you have to of course make sure that before you sell it or before the guitar gets used, you address the issue, so to say. So either you have to do some spot leveling, so remove the strings, use a fret rocker, find high spots and get rid of the high spots, polish the frets again. But that's fairly uncommon. Things that can happen, and that happened to me also a couple of times, is that you experience fret sprout, and that's when the guitar has been sitting for a while, usually unplayed, in a new environment, and then there's a chance of the tiny fret ends, the fret tang underneath the actual fret, is starting to poke out on the sides of the fretboard, and you can feel it that there's tiny points sticking out, and that is normal. There's no need to worry about that happening. It's a normal occurrence, and I always tell my clients, if you happen to come across fret sprout or something wrong with your frets or high spots, low spots, yeah, come over, take your guitar with you, and I address it while you wait. But that's and any good repair shop or any luthier should fix those problems fairly easily. But usually not major problems with frets, especially not for a new guitar. Yeah, I've been looking at the fret kisser, essentially the fret rocker with abrasive sections in it, and I think it's crazy good for spot leveling, but you always need to recrown and polish afterwards, because they also have a understring leveler. And I can see the use of an understring leveling beam leveling device for a guitar tech for a touring musician who might experience a guitar needing a very last minute on the spot leveling job, and he doesn't have time to remove strings or to repolish the frets, and he uses that. But other than that, I think you always should remove the strings and do a full polish and recrown. To compensate for tension. Yeah, you can't level under tension in my experience. Like I said, it highly depends. If it's for a touring musician who is about to go on stage and he experiences a high spot on one of his frets, as a last resort you can level under your strings. But as soon as you detune to some extent and then place blocks under your strings to make room for your fret leveling, the fretboard isn't under normal tension. So I don't think there's much use in that. And the other thing you're mentioning, the StewMac jig, it depends. I think it's personal preference. Some do make sure that neck stays under the same stress when leveling and recrowning a guitar when it would be when under tension, or string tension, or under normal use. To keep the feel of the guitar the same. Maybe, I don't know to what extent that works out. Because, for example, if you do that, that would mean that if a guitarist changes string brand or changes string gauge, the neck would be flexed differently, and would mean that the frets might be out of whack. It's very complex to have to explain, but my opinion is I rather have the neck like I have it right now. There's no tension except for a tiny bit to support the heel. But when I started leveling, I made sure that the fretboard was absolutely dead straight. So I adjusted the thrust rod so it's absolutely dead straight. And then I started leveling. So I treat even an existing neck as if it was a brand new one. I sanded the fretboard down so it's absolutely flat. Adjusted the thrust rod so the neck is flat. Made sure that everything is flat. Now I'm leveling, recrowning, polishing the frets. So as soon as I put this neck back on the guitar, it acts like a brand new neck. And I can adjust the cup or the bow required by my customer with either the thrust rod or the setup at the nut or at the bridge. And that's something I always do with my customer or the owner of the guitar present. Did that explain your question, Danielle? So finally we get to the 1500 grid. Only 2 more to go. And this goes very easy. Having been doing fretless conversion recently, felt like that jig. Yeah, perhaps. It also depends how stable your neck is. And I can only speak, and this comes back to my statement about a guitar repair guy or repairing guitars is a different job and a different profession than making new guitars. Because with new guitars I know exactly how my necks behave and how stiff they are and how straight they are and how they should be set up and how precise I need to be with crowning and leveling. As with a unfamiliar guitar neck like this is an unfamiliar guitar neck to me and I don't know how it behaves. So in that case, yeah, a jig that makes sure that the neck stays the way it was when it was under tension might be something good. But for me, when doing refret jobs for clients, they always are very satisfied with the work I'm doing. Oh, my commentary was clear, so yeah, all right. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to express myself, to express technical and sometimes controversial topics without being too biased one way or the other, but be fair and true to my own beliefs without neglecting someone else's opinion and experiences. because a lot of this stuff, guys, when it's part a technical job, but it's also artistic. Both the maintenance on guitars, building guitars, but also playing guitars. And there's always a lot of emotion involved. And some people believe certain things because of their own experience or because they want to believe it, and I don't want to be someone who goes against the grain of someone's beliefs when it comes to this. I have my own beliefs and I try to share them and be open about them without diminishing someone else's, unless they're totally rubbish. For example, I believe I have to go up the grids to get nicely polished frets. But if someone has a good experience of rubbing toilet paper over the frets and get the job done that way, all the power to him or her. I have revert Pete Anderson. I have a E side of T. This is the same. This is the same compound. 14 to 12. So 12 at the nut and 14 at the. So 14 at the bridge and 12 at the nut. And does it overcomplicate the job? It makes it a bit more complicated. Yeah, I didn't realize the T-style guitars could have a, especially this one is 20 years old, so I didn't expect it to have a compound radius. So I was a bit surprised when I found out. And it complicates it a bit. You have to adjust the way you flatten and sand the fretboard, because instead of following or keeping your sanding beam, your leveling beam and such, parallel to the center line, you have to keep it parallel to the taper of the neck. So you start by having it parallel to a side, and then you have to fan over until when it's in the center, it's dead straight with the center line, and then start fanning it a bit more towards the other side of the neck. So it complicates it a bit. I feel like my job making CAD drawings is part artistic and part. Oh, you're certainly right, Alan. Yeah, most of you, so at least some of you might know that. I still have a part-time day job currently as a CAD draftsman. Nowadays for drawing electrotechnical schematics. But my entire background is in CAD software, both 3D modeling, 2D CAD, AutoCAD, all kinds of electrical packages, like AutoCAD electrical. Now I'm working in ePlan. I've dabbled around a bit in SolidWorks electrical, or AlecWorks. And you're right, it's both technical and artistic at the same time. And that's one thing I love about both making guitars and CAD software and being a product designer, being an engineer, because it's being both technical and creative at the same time. And in CAD, I love the precision. No, Doleo, you don't. But I'm starting to suspect this might not be an original Fender neck, because when I masked the headstock this morning, and when I removed the masking tape I pulled a part of the decal. And I know for sure that Fender covers his decals with lacquer. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Alan. Yeah, I think within the hobbyist and part-time guitar builder community there's a lot of engineers, draftsmen, IT specialists. At least that's what that's what my impression is. So done with 1500 grit. Was it 1500? Let's hope so. Yeah. And now let's go to the final grit. 2000. Wastewater treatment plants. The entire plants or the piping and the technical stuff, or the plant itself, or maybe both. So guys, and this is the 2000 grit, so now I'm not as worried about touching the tops of the fret. Oh, it's raining. Is there still sounds? Let's see. Oh, it's not red yet. Let me know guys in the chat as soon as my mic cuts out, because I don't know how long the battery will last. That's gone. Usually to add capacity. Oh, so all round. And using Revit or BIM or something, I think these days, or maybe AutoCAD Plant, or is it still just regular 2D old-fashioned? it's always cool to be all round when it comes to being a draftsman. I think it's part of the job. I have to go back to 1500 for a moment. So guys, Civil 3D. Yeah. It's just like, is it part of the package these days, Alan? Part of the AutoCAD suite, together with mechanical, mechanical, electrical, what else is in that package? There used to be several, in the past you needed several licenses, and I think a couple of years back they joined all those into one. Yeah guys, besides guitars, like I said, CAD software is one of my other passions. Yeah, before we take out the Dremel, I'm going to replace the masking tape. Oh man. Yeah guys, don't cheap out on masking tape. I used to use AutoCAD MEP. Yeah, also, Alan, I can already tell you're also a real craftsman when it comes to CAD software, all round. Someone who can really call himself a draftsman. Good to know they're still around. Did you also start with pen and I don't know what it's called in English, vellum maybe? We call it chalk paper, but and doing it by hand with rotring pens. That's how I started. And I still believe that's the best way to start. Makes you appreciate technology a bit more. Here we go. And before I mask off the fretboard again, I'm going to address the outermost tips of the frets. Because now without the masking tape I can get the edge of my recrowning file really in that edge. And remove the glasses so I can see what I'm doing. And I should have done this right after sanding flat the edges, but I forgot. So it has to be done now. So nice. And I'm going to address these real quick. Oh, that's something I didn't want to do. So, glasses. So, real quick address those fret ends. And 2000 grit. All right. No more sharp edges. Okay. So you started straight away in AutoCAD. I saw a lot of vellum and minor C&D. Okay. Nice to know what some of you guys' background is, or your day jobs. The way I like to check my fret ends is to run this tenon that's between your thumb and your pointy finger along the edge of the fretboard and the frets. And if I don't nick myself, I've done a good job. Because everyone knows this is a very tender part of your hand. I am not going to make it in time. And I can already see my wife started to cook dinner. But we'll see. The only thing left to do is polish these frets with a Dremel. So unfortunately I won't be able to fit the tuners to this neck, but it was mostly about refretting. And that's something I've done today in not even a day's work. I haven't had lunch and I'm streaming now for 7.5 hours. So I expected that it would take me 8 hours to do, so not too bad. Not too bad at all. Masking tape. Masking tape. scalpel, masking tape. I don't need to do it all. No, I don't have to mask the entire fretboard. I only have to do one section at a time. Bit of a shortcut, but it saves me a lot of work. So take out the Dremel. Oh, but first I'm going to change my battery, guys. Am I still? Yeah, you can still hear me, but let's change the battery real quick. And I should be back. New battery pack. Ever do a stocking test? Use a nylon stocking. No, I know of the stocking test, of the nylon stocking test, but I've never done it myself. I've always used the inside of my hand because I don't have stockings at hand. I'm going to slightly raise you guys. Yep. So I can stand up and you guys can still see the top of my head. I never like it when the top of my head is cut off in a video. I know a lot of editors like that type of shot. I don't. A bit of power. Remove the precision router base. Tiny router bit. Make sure. Here we go. I should have prepared this. Smaller size collet. Polishing wheel. Oh, that doesn't look very nice. Can I put it right here? Yeah. And some compound. Ultra fine. Yeah, I think I can use ultra fine. I did a pretty good job. So here we go, guys. Lower the speed a bit.
Hallo.
Hallo?
Kunnen we eten?
Oh, ik ben aan het streamen.
Oh.
Dat vroeg. Jij mag alvast eten in 20 minuutjes?
Ja, dan ga ik vast eten.
Ja, ik ben bijna klaar.
Ja.
A bit of Dutch for you guys. Like I expected my wife to be ready with dinner about 6 o'clock, but I really want to show you the end result. but she has to go to the gym, so I told her she could start dinner without me. We're having a salad, so nothing gets cold. I'm going to try and show you guys what I'm doing in more detail. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Two on, come on, source on, camera, iPhone. Let's see. A bit of a close-up. And I wish one day I hope to one day have a better secondary camera, or at least the same camera as I'm using as my main camera, to do these close-ups. We almost made a mistake. Oh yeah, it shows up on camera, I think. Oh, Jet, where did you go? Oh, there you are. Come on, guys. Come. Rush. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. I forgot to ask you guys. I can still do it if you're still here. I think so. Guys, while you were watching, did you see any ads? Did you get any ads during this live stream? Maybe you're watching an ad right now. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Alan. They should be spaced, I think, about half an hour apart. Does that seem right? Yeah, and I'm sorry, guys, that I have to do ads, but I really need to. I try to avoid using ads in both my videos and the live streams as much as possible, but doing projects like these, well, not this, because this is of course for a customer, but yeah, my live stream equipment, my how do you call it, subscription fees for the music and such, it just got too much. Oh, Papa, you're still here. Ads here as well. Yeah, that's showbiz. No, I do have YouTube. Oh, YouTube Premium. Yeah, with YouTube Premium you don't have any ads, but I get a tiny amount for anyone watching with YouTube Premium. So. But guys, please let me know if it's, as soon as the ads get too annoying or too frequent. They should, I thought, every half an hour would be a nice compromise. But YouTube YouTube advised to do much more. You can clearly tell when you're watching YouTube. Content creators that take the time and effort to place the ads themselves, like I do. I place, except for these live streams, but in my videos I decide how many and where the ads are played. Usually every 20 minutes, every half an hour. And content creators who don't, who just let YouTube decide, place ads wherever you want, because then you get ads at weird moments in time, halfway through a sentence of someone, and sometimes even 3 ads every in 5 minutes. Because YouTube analyzes which part of the video has the most retention, and at that point they think it's fine to put ads, because they know people will keep watching the video. So yeah, if you guys can please let me know if the ads are too frequent. Oh, I went off camera. Where am I? There I am.
Nikki Donuts just sent a super chat and said,
Wanted to wait until the end, but I may have to dip soon. Next coffee is on me, boss. Thanks for everything you do.
Oh, Nicky, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you very much. I really, really, really appreciate it. And nice of you. How do you call? Well, I'm a bit overwhelmed. I'm starting to stutter, and my English is gone. Yeah, thank you very much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you that you could join us for as long as you did. I really appreciate it. And yeah, if you've got to go, you got to go. I intended to be done by now, and hopefully I will be in the next 15 minutes and to show you guys the end result. But yeah, Nicky, especially for you, I'm going to show you a close-up of the frets as they are right now. So you get some of the end result. I'm going to close this camera. Camera off. Chat back. All right. But now you know when you got to go, you got to go. And I can put this aside for a moment. But again, I highly appreciate the support. And your name should be, yeah, it should be on top. It's also nice to know that that now finally works as it should. Before the end of the month, I might be a professional streamer as well. Hopefully. And all this goes into all revenue from the streams I put into a new camera fund. It's something I should maybe put somewhere there. Everything goes back into the channel, and of course I put something aside for a coffee, which I haven't drank enough today, so tomorrow I might have a migraine. Maybe one day I can afford a personal assistant who brings me coffee when my wife isn't here. And makes me lunch. You've had a long day, yeah. No, well, not really, Owen. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 45 minutes, so not a full working day yet. 15 minutes to go. But you're just in time to witness the final result, Owen. You've been here at the start, so good timing on your part. So 1, 2, 3, 4 frets to go. And then I'm done for today. I thought about maybe shooting some more videos for the Phoenix, or shooting a couple of scenes, clips, how do you call it? For the Phoenix build tonight, but I'm not sure if I will. Maybe. It depends.
Owen Kelly just sent a super chat and said, have a cold drink when it's all done.
Thank you, Owen. I will. Thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Very much. Thank you. And you guys hear the announcement as well? There's no weird echo? No, I haven't had lunch. Yeah, I took a granola bar, and here is the other one. I still need to eat, but yeah, my wife has made a lovely fresh salad, so I can't wait to dig into nice homemade, freshly made salad. Nice, healthy. And then afterwards a cup of coffee. And that's one thing that's really missing from the shop, is a coffee maker. But with all the dust, I don't think that would be a good idea to have a coffee maker here in the shop. It came up earlier during the stream how much sawdust I ate or drank during a day, and I think when I add a coffee machine to the workshop, the percentage of sawdust I ingest every day might go up drastically. Ah. we're done, guys. At least the fretwork. Oh, woohoo! It barely missed the power cable. So, a final wipe. Who else has the idea that as soon as you're done polishing, the frets start to dull straight away? Is it just my imagination, or is it really something to it? But hey, here we go. Yeah, immediately it must have to wow, my English, I really need to get a break. It might have to do with oxidation. But guys, I hope this shows up on video. These are the frets. Come on, focus camera. I can't tell if the camera focuses on the frets. But here they are. They feel lovely. And of course, another step would be to treat the fretboard with some oil and give everything a once over with a polishing cloth. Yeah, and I really hope this comes across on camera. Maybe let's do it like this. Let's see. And this is another thing about being tapped into the Apple ecosystem. Everything works together. Camera, device, iPhone. Hopefully you guys don't get too nauseous. Let's see how close I can get. Here they are. Pretty nice. And look at these fret ends. Does it show up on camera? Maybe. Maybe not. Nice spherical fret ends. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased. And you guys are right there. And we're back. Yeah, hemispherical fret ends. I wouldn't say, I always said it was my signature fret ends. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but this is how I always do my fret ends. And I'm starting to get pretty good at them. And if you've missed the install, Owen, of course this video will go up and you can skip to the video and see the install. And you can find the sections you want to re-watch. So I'm pretty pleased with how this live stream went. It's been almost 8 hours, so a full working day, and are there smudges on my face? Most likely. But this is where we're going to call it, guys. Thank you all for joining me. Some of you have been here for hours. Some of you rejoined after hours. I'm very grateful for all the support you guys are giving me in this channel. Nikki, Donuts, Owen, Kelly, and Straight Jacket 010. Thank you all, and everyone else. Who did I mention? Ellen, of course. Danielle, I don't know if she's still here. If I presume. Gender, maybe. Christopher, of course, you've been here also for a very long time. And anyone else, who am I forgetting? Danielle, Ellen, Nikki, Doleo. Yeah, I don't know who else is still here, but thank you all very much. Hope to see you, of course, in a new live stream that might be tomorrow, actually, to finish this guitar, to finish the neck and to do the electrics on this guitar. I might do a live stream of that as well. So if so, I'm going to do an announcement later tonight. And I hope to see you all, of course, in the next one, video or a live stream. But until then, as always, take care and bye-bye, guys. Thank you very much.